Deltas, marshland, rivers, and flooded wetlands are essential links between aquatic and terrestrial environments. They are the Great Wetlands. Cradles of incredible biodiversity, they play a vital ecological role for the planet. An exceptional array of flora and fauna have taken refuge here. And yet, living in these wetland worlds is a constant challenge. The powerful water cycle reigns over these zones with a relentless hand. On the Bay of Fundy in Canada, tracking the rhythm of the tides makes for a fascinating journey from ocean depths to far inland regions. Here, thriving fauna and flora affront the highest tides in the world. In addition to these gigantic tides, on average 5 times higher than those on the Atlantic coast, factors in the harsh Canadian climate. In winter, blocks of ice line the beaches and mudflats. Another challenge for the wild flora and fauna that live here. But when spring arrives, the bay is once more a feeding stopover indispensable to the survival of some migrating animals. Situated on the eastern coast of Canada, near the American border, the Bay of Fundy is a sea arm, 200 kilometers long and 80 kilometers wide. Since time immemorial, the Fundy Bay is subject to a phenomenon that has no equivalent on Earth. It endures the world's highest tides, between 14 and 16 meters high. Twice a day, in only 6 hours and 13 minutes, 100 billion tons of water rush into the bay at an average speed of 40 kilometers an hour. The water thrust into this funnel multiplies the phenomenon. The oceanic wave takes on speed and is projected toward the back of the bay. The powerful waves which resonate far inland provoke a tidal bore on the Petit Kodiak River. This counter-current phenomenon is one of the strongest on the planet. Every 27 days, at each lunar revolution, the waters rise exceptionally high. In early spring, the coastal forests, affected by the cool surface waters and the ocean's humidity, are frequently wrapped in fog. At the heart of the misty forest hides Lake Bennett. With the return of good weather, a family of beavers shakes off its sleepy rhythm. It's time for these engineers to repair their construction and consolidate their dams beat up by the harsh winter. Thanks to the vast aquatic zones they maintain, the beavers and their public works promote the growth of biodiversity. They are particularly well adapted to aquatic life. Their ears and nostrils close when in contact with the water. They can hold their breath for more than 10 minutes. A fine membrane protects their eyes, and the flat hairs of their fur makes them perfectly watertight. The sun-strewn moist clearings created by the beavers make a good environment for a high herbaceous stratum that moose enjoy eating. In March, spring gently settles on Fundy Bay and the mist-covered forest. As early as April, the light becomes more present and floods the forest floor. It houses peat bogs, marshy prairies of soil made up of a deposit of decomposing vegetal matter which retains carbon. In this very acidic ecosystem, only a specific type of vegetation flourishes. Among them is the Drosera. This tiny plant makes do in soil that's very poor in nutritive elements. It's found a ruse to satisfy what's missing. It's carnivorous. Its large leaves have long tentacles with ends bearing a viscous and sticky liquid that resembles drops of dew or nectar. Once a fly, mosquito, or bee lands on it, it sticks and becomes entangled in a matter of minutes. Digestion will take a few days. In a nearby prairie, the yellow goldfinch stuffs itself with thistle leaves, a sign that spring has truly arrived. These first seeds, rich in lipids, will help her reach her goal: feed and raise her offspring, well hidden in a cozy nest deep in the forest of mist. For millions of years, the ocean has tirelessly pursued its work. With these ebbs and flows, it's cleaved the coastline of this bay, like here at Hopewell Rocks. Simple rocky islets at high tide, they transform into veritable canyons at low tide. These rocky peaks are an ideal refuge for the peregrine falcons that keep a watchful eye from afar on their most precious belonging, their progeny. This little raptor has one obsession: eating. And he makes his parents well aware of it. Just a few weeks old, he's already started to lose his downy baby hair. This young falcon was born in May on this land of legends, where the Micmac Indian tribe believed that these gigantic tides are the work of the divinities and animals that reign here. According to their tale, the beaver, obeying the god Glosscap, who wanted to take a bath, built a dam. The whale, though, refusing that the tidal currents be hindered, destroyed the dam by striking it with his fin. This gesture caused such a disturbance that the water continues its powerful ebb and flow until this day. The Bay of Fundy has remained one of the last refuges of the humpback whale, the rare right whale, and other marine animals. But now, they are threatened by the increase of maritime traffic and pollution. Moira Brown, a biologist, studies these animals and wages a daily fight to protect them.
What we saw here is just a first surfacing of some of these whales after they had been down feeding for a little while. Their first surfacing is always a little more exuberant. I guess they need a breath. Oh, they're very mellow at the surface. Must be a little bit of rest time after lunch, a siesta. Here's a fluke. That's the fingerprint that we'll be able to follow them with through the rest of their life. So. Two of those whales have really bad scarring on them from what looks like entanglement scars. Whoa, breach! Woo! To see the whole body is spectacular. The Bay of Fundy is a really prime feeding habitat for a lot of different species of large whales in the summertime. So not just North Atlantic right whales, but humpback whales, fin whales, more recently sperm whales. There is so much food in the Bay of Fundy that the result is the visibility in the water is very, very limited because the water is so full of food. Plankton, phytoplankton, zooplankton, that's what the fish are after, and then of course the whales are after the fish. So the area of the Bay of Fundy that we're just heading into right now is actually called the Graminan Basin, and it's the deepest part of the lower part of the Bay of Fundy. The right whales come here to feed, and they feed on a plankton that are called copepods. Now, this is a plankton that is very rich in lipids, so fats, and I mean, right whales grow quite large, so obviously they need to eat a lot of plankton. This is where the plankton is probably the most concentrated by virtue of a tidal gyre. Because the movement of the water here is so dynamic, you get those cold, productive waters coming up from the bottom, and it's kind of like a giant washing machine.
Its perpetual movement once again carries the water out of Fundy Bay for just a few hours. It's June, at the very beginning of summer. Inside the bay, at Mary's Point and Johnson's Mills, the outgoing tide reveals gigantic mudflats of several square kilometers. And the mud here is unique, a precise recipe of limon and sand. In summer, this biotope is a paradise for mollusks and for a tiny invertebrate that lives only here, the mud shrimp. For this little crustacean, the most difficult part of the year is about to begin. They are the staple food of many shorebirds. Greater yellowlegs, semi-palmed plovers, and other waders arrive in throngs when the weather is warm to delight in this microfauna. At the beginning of summer, hundreds of these tiny birds come from the Great North, descend on the area. They take possession of the bay to root about in the mud with their beaks and gorge themselves on crustaceans. At the mouth of the bay, on Grand Manan Island, the marine vegetation has had to adapt to the tide's strong push and pull. These rocks are the territory of the fucus, an algae firmly attached to its host thanks to a peduncle. It lives to the rhythms of the moon and the sun. Submerged every 6 hours in salty and agitated water before finding itself high and dry for 6 more hours. It's subjected to dehydration, rain, and frost. Low tide reveals what is most probably the source of the abundance of life at Fundy: simple mud puddles. Exposed to the rays of the sun, their temperature rises, making conditions optimal for the reproduction and growth of plants, crustaceans, and mollusks. These puddles are a refuge and a nursery for larvae and alevins. These microorganisms are an essential element in marine life. They are part of the plankton indispensable to the diet of many corals, anemones, nudibranches, and ascidians. Benefiting from the ideal conditions in the bay, krill larvae have proliferated. Despite their small size, these shrimp are essential to the survival of the giants that gather here. Early July, attracted by the great quantities of krill, humpbacked whales and their calves take part in this rendezvous. They've traveled 3,000 kilometers from the Caribbean to enjoy this bounty. They can weigh more than 30 tons and measure 18 meters long. In order to offer nourishing milk to their young, they must devour 2 tons of plankton and krill every day. During the summer, the Bay of Fundy offers room and board to more than 300 whales. Other migrating species take advantage of the riches in these currents. After several months spent at high sea, this little clownbird comes here every year to set foot on solid ground. These colonies, of several dozen Atlantic puffins, settled on Machias Seal Island, at the entrance to the bay. They have come to enjoy the plentiful food, find a companion, and reproduce. And for both ventures, their parrot beak plays an important role. It allows them to transport up to 30 fish and acts as an element of seduction. Males with the most colorful beaks have a better chance of reproducing. During courtship, they rub beaks to seduce the one with whom they'll faithfully spend the next few months. The puffin sets up its den in the grassy slopes or under rocks. The parents relay one another for 6 weeks fishing to nourish their sole offspring. A neighboring islet serves as a repository for colonies of gray seals. They patiently await the next high tide, the most auspicious moment for a profitable catch. If some of them prefer to doze in the sunshine, others float on their back, so they'll only have to glide with the water when the tide goes out. These seals live in harmony with the rhythms of the tides and derive a whopping benefit from Fundy Bay's incoming streams. These fish-filled waters promise facile feasting for these animals, capable of ingurgitating more than 4 kilos of fish a day. Summer extends peaceably on the beaches, lakes, and mudflats. The temperatures regularly hit 40 degrees Celsius. The moon announces a new tide cycle and the appearance of an outsized predator. The great white shark. This super predator appreciates the shallow waters of Fundy Bay. This place has everything it likes most: murky waters and his favorite prey, the seal. At night, the silhouette of the great white haunts Fundy Bay. At midsummer, aerial ballets erupt over the horizon. Semi-palm plovers arrive by the thousands from the Arctic. They take possession of Fundy in great numbers for a stopover of just a few weeks. For them, this is a high-stakes phase. They're here to ingurgitate a maximal amount of food and gather strength to continue their migration to South America. At high tide, when the mudflats are covered, the plovers take naps and clean themselves. It's a life-saving rest for these shorebirds who mustn't draw on the energy reserves they're trying to reconstitute. The slightest gram of weight lost before the big departure for their winter home is precious. At low tide, like a small army, they gather in tight formation on the mud to devour mud shrimp. These gatherings of several thousands of individuals allow them to optimize the detection of predators. Once again, the Bay of Fundy plays a determinant role in the survival of a species. 75% of the world's population of semi-palmed plovers stop here in summer and are highly dependent on its mud shrimp resources. Diana Hamilton, biology professor at the University of Mount Allison, studies the birds to better understand the mechanism and protect the bay.
And the current study that we're doing involves primarily looking at movements of birds in the bay. So a bird tagged here, for example, will it move around the whole Bay of Fundy or will it just stay in this area? How long will it stay? And what will it eat? Sandpipers, like a lot of migratory shorebirds, carry out their life in a wide range of very diverse habitats. They breed in the Arctic, northern Canada and the United States and Alaska as well. They winter in South America, and they, of course, in getting from one point to the other, need fuel. So they really are fueling stations, and the Bay of Fundy here is one of the most important fueling stations for semi-palmated sandpipers. Once we successfully catch them, we remove the birds from the net as quickly as possible and place them into boxes. Then we proceed to process them. And depending upon exactly when we're doing it, there are several different things we like to do in the earlier pulls, like what we're trying to do here now. So this is the receiver. We have to just turn on the tags before we deploy them, obviously, or they won't work. So this receiver is then logging the tag ID. So here's the transmitter. What we did is we clipped an area of the lower back feathers and then glued the transmitter onto the back. It weighs 1/3 of a gram, so it's extremely light. We also put little white leg flags on them. They're field readable, so people, for example, can see our birds, take pictures of them, send them to us, and they tell us, oh, we saw your bird at such and such a site at such and such a time. One of the things that we do is collect blood samples from the birds and look at stable isotopes in the blood. So these are isotopes of carbon and nitrogen that, when compared with signatures of the prey, allow us to guess what they're eating. Here, guys. It offers a really rich food supply for these birds. Because of the nature of the Bay of Fundy and the fact that the tides are so extreme, at low tide, many hectares of mudflat are exposed. And what this does is it allows the birds to feed freely on the invertebrates that live in the mud. So it's just a great feeding area for them.
The falcon has chosen a strategic position near his nest to best attack the colonies of plovers. After a brief moment of panic, the flock of birds regains its defensive posture. It immediately forms a compact mass that allows each bird to blend into the group. This strategy dilutes risk. For the most part, the falcon will catch the weakest among them. He dives, hitting them full force at 110 kilometers an hour. This game of high-speed bumper cars guarantees success. The peregrine falcon is said to be the fastest bird in the world when it dives. Almost an adult, the young falcon will soon need to eat 2 or 3 small birds or rodents per day. Its feathers are almost perfect. It's lost its down and should soon be ready for its first flight. The tide is at its apex. The summer season attracts one of the largest concentrations of lobsters on the planet to these coasts. The American lobster is the biggest of them all. It can reach 1 meter in length and weigh 20 kilos. Solitary and territorial, it will not brook intruders. This den protects its owner from turbulence and light. He has no intention of surrendering it. the end of summer approaches for Canada and the Bay of Fundy. The last rays of sunlight pierce the thin veil that envelops the forest of mist. Moose are great devotees of the wetland zones. They enjoy immersing themselves for hours on end to cool off and feed on the aquatic plants. A veritable delicacy to the Cervidae, this young male fills himself with water lily leaves. He can ingest more than 20 kilos per day. Time is short. He must make the most of it before winter comes. The common loon also takes advantage of the last gifts of summer on Lake Bennett. He's a regular on these coastal zones and wetlands, often at the mercy of the tides. Soon he'll take flight for the southern region of North America. For his part, the moose will penetrate deep into the misty forest. The first rain showers announce the coming of autumn. On the cliffs of Hopewell Rocks, the falcons have stopped feeding their young for several days now. The goal of these parents is simple: motivate him to fly so they can begin his apprenticeship and teach him to hunt. For migrating species, the end of summer signals their departure. Semi-palm plovers progressively take their leave. Before regaining their winter quarters, these aerial acrobats will make a journey of 4,000 kilometers. Their airborne marathon towards Suriname and French Guiana will be non-stop. It will take 72 hours. In the absence of these small yet voracious predators, Fundy's stock of mud shrimp will be able to reestablish itself. Whales will also take the southern route toward warmer waters rich with sustenance. Under the watchful eyes of his parents, the young falcon finally takes flight for the first time. The Bay of Fundy is a unique source of food provisions for marine mammals and shorebirds. It's one of the principal restorative migratory halts. For the sedentary animals of the Fundy wetlands, it's time to prepare for the harsh rigors of the Canadian climate. The waters of Lake Bennett are starting to freeze. The beavers gobble the last water lilies before gathering provisions. During the autumn months, they'll work non-stop to pile up the branches whose bark they'll eat throughout the winter. The Bay of Fundy's powerful ebb and flow sweeps a quantity of water equivalent to all the Earth's rivers united. In December, the ice and snow invite themselves to Fundy Bay. Negative temperatures, which fall between 15 and 20 below, manage to freeze the seawater. Broken off by the to and fro of the tides, ice rafts will flow with the currents and smash against the rocks deserted by the seal colonies. Mollusks and crustaceans have burrowed deep into the soil to flee this chaos and live in slow motion. On the beaches where the mud shrimp live, the water crystallizes in contact with the frozen earth. After taking a beating from the sun, the algae attached to the rocks must endure the cold and the berkeys of ice that smash against them like bulldozers. Fucus is damaged by the ice, but algae are extremely resistant. At low tide, the mud, so rich in summer, freezes. It's now trapped under a thick layer of ice. To endure the biting cold, trees and carnivorous plants have gone dormant. The mudflats are engulfed in several centimeters of snow. Most of the animals have migrated. On the Beaver's frozen lake, there's not a living soul. In the forest of mist, only squirrels and the curious blue jays have come out. The latter have managed to hide a wealth of provisions. If only they can remember all their hiding places. This practice encourages the germination of seeds and tree nuts, and thus benefits the forest. Due to a lack of accessible aquatic plants, the moose have discreetly withdrawn into the forest. Perfectly adapted to harsh climates, they are now clad in a dense and insulating fur. The moose makes do with tree bark, much less nutritional than water lilies, but sufficient to make it through the winter. The deer also leave for the bad season to settle in the depths of the Canadian wild forest. They'll find what they need to survive there. Bark and plant buds will be their daily fare for the coming months. In spring, they'll return and enjoy the riches of the bay once more. Every day, the Bay of Fundy churns 160 billion cubic meters of water. These tides are not only one of the most stunning spectacles in nature, they further the development of numerous marine and land ecosystems. They are the daily guarantee of the well-being of an incomparable fauna. Deltas, marshland, rivers, and flooded wetlands are essential links between aquatic and terrestrial environments. These great wetlands play a vital ecological role for the planet. Whether in the water, at ground level, or high up in the canopy, an exceptional array of flora and fauna have found shelter here. And yet, living in these wetland worlds is a constant challenge. The powerful water cycle reigns over these zones with a relentless hand. Gabon. In the Luongo National Park, gorillas, elephants, hippopotamus, and other vulnerable species must adapt to rainy periods when floods invade everything, and others when water can be scarce. In order to survive, the animals have no other choice than to settle for a life of wandering. During the month of July, the wild Gabonese coast is the scene of rare and unexpected encounters. This is the time when the shy forest elephants will be able to watch the acrobatic ballet of the humpback whales. The Luongo National Park is the only place in the world where earthbound and aquatic giants can meet. It spreads out over 1,550 square kilometers southwest of Gabon, from the Atlantic coast to the foothills of the Congo Basin. In this equatorial zone, where the rainy season is particularly long, the flood and drought periods endlessly reshape new networks of habitats. Here, prairies merge with beach, and mangroves stroll hand in hand with swamps. Luongo is one of the few places on Earth to offer a concentration of such diverse ecosystems. To the west, the mangroves and lagoons leave room for the savannas and coastal prairies. Periodically flooded forests and firm land forests stretch out towards the east. Finally, the south is the kingdom of the great swamps. We are now in the middle of the dry season, which lasts from June to September. The coastal savannas are the first to suffer. Their sandy soil cannot retain a single drop of water. A few days are enough for the grass to roast. These savannas don't have much to offer herbivores anymore. Snout glued to the ground, the most beautiful pigs in the world have an increasingly difficult time finding the bulbs or larvae they relish. The river hogs will need to move to another area very soon. The buffaloes follow in their wake towards the cooler coastal prairies sprayed by the spoondrift. At the risk of missing the exodus, a couple of latecomers take time for a break. This is the ideal mating period. the females will be able to give birth during the next rainy season in 4 months. There will be an abundant food supply then. At the end of July, clouds pass by without shedding a single tear. Day after day, the mattress of leaves covering the ground in the undergrowth loses humidity. Forest wildlife wanders around, on the lookout for fruit, young shoots, or water holes. Forest elephants drink 100 liters of water a day. They will need to find supplies elsewhere. Prolonged shortage of precipitations on the Great Congo Basin is the death of ponds and streams. In August, they disappear in the highland forests. One after the other, the elephants will leave this chlorophyll haven deeply hidden in the second largest tropical rainforest in the world after the Amazon forest. Little by little, they will return to the flood prairies or the southern swamps. On the beaches sprayed by the sea, the little red buffaloes have come to seek a little coolness. It is impossible to draw the limits between land and sea here. During the dry season, for example, the sea and fish take advantage of the weakness of the rivers to rush inland, while the small red buffaloes cool their feet in the ocean waves and graze the beach plants. Out at sea, the tireless migrators have appeared. Over 1,000 humpback whales have made a stop on these coasts during their migration between the Antarctic and the Arctic. They came here to mate or to give birth to their calves in the warm waters of the West African coast. At the end of July, the waters start receding faster. In these highly flooded areas, the rivers have finally left the land to return to their beds. In some places, their level has already decreased by 1.50 meters. Loic Makaga, a Gabonese naturalist, and Jean-Robert Antono, eco-guard, are part of an observation mission of the movements of wildlife according to the seasons. The hippopotamus are back in these rivers, lined with prairies where the grass grows abundantly. For Loic, observing these animals is difficult. In this area, intensive poaching has made them suspicious and shy.
We could say that all the grass here grew after the water receded. When you come during the damp season, the water level is very high. You can navigate with a boat here. During the rainy season, everything is flooded. You can see by looking at the marks on the trees. For example, here, you can clearly see the water level during the rainy season. The same here. You can see algae, which proves that this tree can stay in the water for 9 months of the year. See? It's rather high.
Installing cameras helps to understand better how the wildlife moves during the dry season.
When it reaches that level, it's about the same height as an elephant.
The footage confirms that a great number of pachyderms have abandoned the forest for the nascent prairies. But Loic is interested in other colossus that are even more discreet. The first one is a true monument in Africa, as high as the towers of Notre Dame in Paris. The Moabi tree can be as tall as 70 meters, and its branches can span out 50 meters. It has become a rare tree.
See? This species is one of the largest trees in Africa. We call it the giant of Africa. These marks were made by elephant tusks. They're not only interested in the fruit, but also in the bark. When a branch falls off, most of the time, elephants usually eat it, the whole thing. These trees grow in secondary forest and not very far from swamps.
The Congo Basin provides shelter for other giants, endangered as well. Flatland gorillas are mistrustful and very evasive. They are different from their close cousin, mountain gorillas, with a slightly smaller size and shorter, browner coat. They move discreetly as a family. This mother and baby have left the nest very early to roam the forest in search of food. During the dry season, the dearth of fruit forces the great apes to constantly be on the move on a territory of about 40 square kilometers. It's getting increasingly difficult for Loic to follow their tracks. In August, the forest is almost soundless. Three meters above the ground, this cluster of folded leaves and branches is a large male's nest. Removing a sample of hair will help identify the great primate's DNA. At the height of the dry season, the gorilla moved to the swamps, where amaranthine and cyperus plants grow, such as these papyrus.
Look, this is the part of the papyrus that the animals eat. It's soft and tender. That's what they like.
The decrease in water level is a godsend for the gorillas. These usually inaccessible aquatic plants are now easily within reach. Loic returns regularly to the camp he founded some 10 years ago, an hour's walk away from the first papyrus swamps. English, German, and French scientists take turns there to study the exceptional wildlife of the Luongo. Day after day, the drought spreads through the park. Ponds and waterholes are drying out. These silt puddles are perfect nurseries for mosquito larvae and an ideal spot for malachite kingfishers. But these mud shrouds, which are no longer linked to the main watercourse, will also become the tomb of many fish. Deprived of precipitations, clay grounds show alarming signs. But appearances are misleading. Although their skin is cracking, their insides remain damp and very fertile thanks to the alluvium brought by the flood. In the space of a few days, these grounds battered by the elephant's passage will become a prairie. More cameras, scattered around various places, help to identify who still haunts these deserted savannas. Activity is at its highest at night. At the end of a long march, most of the animals have made it to the swamplands where the grass has sprouted in the mud. Sitatungas, genets, and water hogs take turns before the leopard arrives. In the moist early morning, misty images reveal the arrival of the primates, who prefer to spend the night perched in the branches away from predators. Just like the gorillas, white-collar Cercocebus are crazy about papyrus. But the troops already resume their march towards the south. Slightly smaller than their savanna cousins, these forest elephants live exclusively in Central Africa. Their infallible sense of smell guides them towards the large permanently damp zones. They can at last easily find the 100 kilos of greens that they need daily. During the dry season, life thrives in these swamp oases. The migratory birds are back. The weavers have colonized the branches of the mangrove trees along the great swamps. The mating season has begun for these weaving experts. To build a spherical nest, the males choose a forked branch directed towards the ground. They use the vertical circle they weave as a perch while building. Competition is tough, and a number of constructions will be abandoned for lack of consenting females. The small groups of forest buffaloes have become the egret's precious allies. In these damp areas, their heavy treading disturbs clouds of tiny wildlife the egrets love. Now is a time of abundance and carelessness for the young buffaloes. Here, like everywhere else, vigilance is crucial. Attracted by the concentration of species that have settled in this paradise, the leopard has left the dark network of the undergrowth to seek a new stakeout. He will patiently wait for the concealment of night to attack. These water hogs have something to worry about. The coastal strip has turned into a fallback zone for some of the herbivores. But even here, the leopard prowls. At the end of August, when the atmosphere is suffocating, the river pigs leave this dangerous territory to settle down by the sea. They are back to roam the sand beaches. The ghost crabs will pay the price of this foray. They are on the alert, flanked by the small sharks on one side and the voracious pigs on the other. the water hogs will be able to find new sources of protein. Only the crabs who dig the deepest holes will be lucky enough to escape from these bulldozers. To do so, they need to bury a meter or more under the surface. Four full moons have gone by since the last great rains. At the end of September, the impending return of the deluge will upset everything. In this equatorial region, it rains 8 months out of 10. Starting October, the first showers will inundate the lands, but the torrential rains will be at their most intense in December. Once again, algae and ferns are encrusted on the tree trunks. In the space of only a few days, the water swallows up the prairies, the rivers overflow, giving the fish free rein to repopulate the area. Every year, almost 2.50 meters of water pours down on the Luongo. Elephant, hippopotamus, or gorilla prints fade away little by little, leaving room to write future stories for the trackers to decipher. Water filters into every pore of this land, carrying in its wake the indispensable silt that will feed the plains where it is deposited. Paradoxically, this damp season that wears out the sky is the sunniest and most invigorating for the forest. The water will feed the soil and favor fructification. Vegetation explodes. The trees, gorged with water and light, are now adorned with flowers and will soon offer a profusion of long-awaited fruit. That's a sure sign. The gorillas have abandoned the papyrus swamps that are now completely flooded. When 180 kilos of muscle barrel down at great speed, it's best not to venture out into the area. Scientific observation has shown that they don't migrate, but that they zigzag, following the seasons, through the maze of ecosystems that the Luongo has to offer. The great male shows unswerving vigilance, because the ripe fruit that has fallen on the ground attracts intruders and is coveted by many. Even though he is sated, he won't tolerate any intruder on his territory. The strong perfume of the fermented fruit has teased an elephant's sense of smell. This heavyweight is a potential threat for the very young. The clash of the titans won't happen. Not only is the large primate intimidating, he can also bite ferociously. During the month of November, the Luongo Park receives as much precipitations as London in a full year. Rapidly, the rivers that have come out of their beds drown out the surrounding prairies. In December, it engulfs every bit of the ground. The ponds refill. The complex Luongo water network, associated to a rather flat terrain, has favored the emergence of a multitude of fragmented ecosystems. Within this drowned world, the elephants play a major role. As he walks, this elephant sculpts and plows the ground. Then, the seeds he scatters over long distances will germinate there. In this vegetal labyrinth, pachyderms open the trails that other animals will use later on. On a large scale, they are the gardeners of this rainforest. However, 62% of the forest elephants have been slaughtered for their ivory in 10 years. the extinction of the species has been announced for 2025. After a few weeks, the streams have left their bed. The prairies are navigable again, but there's not a living soul. The weaver's dormitory lies abandoned. The floodwaters have no impact on these coastal savannas. These sandy grounds that absorb everything turned green in no time. Shyly, yellow-backed duikers, chimpanzees, and sitatungas repopulate these open spaces where the rich grass also attracts herds of water hogs. Gravid females will finally be able to get some rest, while their fellow creatures scrape at every corner of the forest in search of proteins. In turn, the buffaloes gather in these large stretches of savanna. Approximately 30 females and their young accompany the alpha male. The yellow-billed oxpeckers are once again riding their mounts and savoring the parasites that proliferate on their host skin. The rainy season attracts large colonies of pinkish-gray bee-eaters on the coastal savannas. They came here to enjoy the large stretches of firm, wet sand and dig terriers that won't collapse to lay their eggs in. In February, these migratory birds will fly away deep into the Congo Basin. On these Gabonese beaches, sheltered from man, one of the largest leatherback sea tortoises nesting sites in the world was recently uncovered. It was common belief that these giants, which can weigh up to 900 kilos, had disappeared. The Loango beaches are the ideal location for their eggs to incubate. They provide constant temperature and hygrometry. "15,000 leatherback sea tortoises regularly visit the Gabonese coast to find shelter from the heat and predators." While sojourning in Africa, they will come back here at least once or twice to these beaches to lay hundreds of eggs before moving on towards the unknown. it will take several years before they come back to the Luongo. Buried more than a meter under the surface, tortoise eggs are far from safe. This nest was ransacked during the night. Ghost crabs are the most voracious egg thieves, but this time, the culprit is an ornate monitor. Victims of its bulimia, it has a difficult time moving around. It must immerse itself in the waves to regulate its body temperature, which has risen dangerously after its feast on the hot sand. Wedged between the long sand littoral and the coastal forests, the lagoons, bloated from several weeks of precipitations, are filled to the brim. The next downpours might be fatal. If the change in climate has somewhat disrupted the great rain calendar, when they do finally arrive, pushed forward by the ocean winds, their intensity will upset the topography of the Luongo. The powerful rise in water level splits through the sand walls. Breaches open up in the lagoons, liberating an avalanche of stagnant water, sludge, and foam that spills into the sea, dragging many fish along. The lagoon bottoms are higher than sea level, and they have completely emptied out of their waters rich with forest tannins. The mangrove tree's feet, freed by the ebb and flow, attract the white-collared Cercocebus. On the exposed roots of the trees, they find food that is never accessible the rest of the year: oysters. Abandoned to themselves in these unstable lagoons, the young crocodiles will need to adapt to the fluctuations in water level and amount of fish available. Their mothers don't have so many worries. Their hunting territory reaches out to the ocean, way beyond the mangroves. In this perpetually moving environment, the mud skipper is one of the rare individuals who doesn't suffer from the variations in water and salt level. It can easily skip from one lagoon to another. Unlike humans, who carry air in bottles to dive into water, this amphibian holds water in its gills. It can also breathe through its skin, just like frogs, which allows it to remain 2 hours out of the water. Now it's the coastal forest's turn to overflow with fruit, and the elephants know it. In small groups, they are heading for the coastline. The giants of the earth invite themselves on these high beaches, where pioneering plants grow on. On these sand strips, whipped by the winds, the elephants don't settle for just grass. They are also fond of iboga leaves, which have euphoric properties. In this perpetually moving environment, the animals are forced to live a nomadic life. This immobile foot soldier on stilts has adapted to periods when it sits in briny waters and others in soft water. Its halophilic root system allows it to eliminate salt and withstand the ebb and flow of the tides. At the end of November, through the effect of the roller waves that tirelessly bring in sand, the coastal lagoons have closed up in less than 3 days and filled up with fresh water. They are enticing to the hippopotamus. At the end of the rainy season, a unique phenomenon in the animal realm discreetly occurs here at nightfall. The nocturnal prowl of this juggernaut, which weighs over 2 tons, leaving the lagoon to dive into the sea, is a rare moment, almost impossible to capture. Salt water is not a problem for these mammals equipped with watertight nose valves. It even helps them float better. The hippopotamus can let the ocean drag him away, without having to walk from one prairie to the next to search for fresh grass. The Luongo National Park is a miracle of nature. As a true architect of this complex universe, the water cycle has contributed to shaping a multitude of ecosystems and helped species that disappeared elsewhere to thrive. Here, man has made a non-aggression pact with nature. But for how long? This great damp zone is vulnerable, coveted for its oil, wood, and other natural resources. Deltas, marshland, rivers, and flooded wetlands are essential links between aquatic and terrestrial environments. They are the great wetlands. Cradles of incredible biodiversity, they play a vital ecological role for the planet. Far from humans, an exceptional array of flora and fauna has taken refuge here. And yet, living in these wetland worlds is a constant challenge. The powerful water cycle reigns over these zones with a relentless hand. In India, inhabitants of the Kaziranga National Park are faced with periods of devastating floods and harsh droughts. Here, each species has had to adapt. We're in the heart of the most humid zone on Earth. Classified as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, Kaziranga lies in the Assam region of northeastern India along the Brahmaputra River. In this wild territory, the water cycle rhythms life like a metronome, in 3 measures of equal length. Floods during the monsoon, heat waves during the dry season, and between the two, a period of respite they call winter here. On this vast rainy plain, the water has sculpted a surprising juxtaposition of ecosystems. They allow highly endangered species to live side by side in unheard of proportions. In these diverse habitats, everyone finds their place. The elephants have claimed the reed beds that line the central plain. On these generous prairies of high grass, they find the 150 kilos of food necessary to their daily equilibrium. Farther downstream, marshy pasturelands are home to the one-horned rhinoceros, whose wrinkled skin and single horn differentiate it from its African cousin. In these basins, they find short grass and enough water to cool themselves off. These mastodons stand alongside marsh deer and water buffalo. At the edge of the park, where the plains start to rise, the forests offer the shelter of their branches to primates and birds. Among them, species that have become rare, like the Hoolock gibbon or the surprising horned calio. It's early June, and rain is eagerly awaited. After 3 months of stifling heat, the face of the Kaziranga Central Plain has changed. Watering holes are more and more rare. The reed beds have been exhausted, which leads the elephants to seek out new feeding areas. In these mudflats with low grass, they make sure that every clump is cleaned of the clay that covers it, and which they don't like eating. Without realizing it, they thus avoid ingurgitating this mud that's often loaded with chemical fertilizers from nearby tea plantations. It is carried here by runoff water and the floods. Most of the rhinoceroses abandon the nulas. These canals, connected to the Brahmaputra, usually overflowing with water, have run dry. This season offers new pasture land to the does and marsh deer. The latter, take advantage of the larger herbivores' departure to venture forth into the area. In the center of the park, lagoons have evaporated, reed beds have dried up. Large grass eaters migrate to the lower regions of the reserve, where the marshy areas always have water. The Kaziranga National Park spreads over an area of 430 square kilometers, between the bed of the giant Brahmaputra River and the hillscape of the Karbi Anglong. For thousands of years, these mountains have played an essential role. For the animals, they constitute the lone refuge spared by the tremendous floods, the final stronghold during the monsoon. But nowadays, reaching these escarpments has become a perilous task. A road separates Kaziranga from the serene Karbi Anglong Mountains. Every year, deer, elephants, and reptiles die here. New refugees from the monsoon will soon have to brave the road traffic, because the arrival of the deluge is imminent. Until the rains come, which will later give birth to new reed beds, the elephants must constantly move from place to place. Led by the matriarchs, mothers guide the little ones in their first steps towards the lower regions of the park. The only places where wet basins still offer some grass and a cool gust of wind. The elephant calves must tread carefully across this loose and muddy soil, remnants of the Brahmaputra's flooding. They also have to get used to living in close quarters. Kaziranga is home to the largest population of Asian water buffalo in the world. They share these permanent water holes with these rhinos, which have become the national park's mascot. In the beginning of the 20th century, a mere 100 rhinoceroses remained in India. The species would have undoubtedly disappeared forever without this protected area established in 1908. At the time, there were only a dozen individuals left, the last survivors of unbridled hunting. 2/3 of the world population now lives here. The man who incarnates the preservation effort that saved the Indian rhinoceros is Dr. Bibhab. He roams the park with his team, watching over his protégés.
So currently in India, we have about 2,700 rhinos. And in Kaziranga National Park alone, we have 2,329. The rhinos are moving, the mother and calf. The calf looks like about 2.5 years old. They are trying to look at us with the smell. Their eyesight are very poor. But once they can identify from which side, which direction the smell is coming, they can use the eyes to look at us. And now I think they are looking at us. They're coming close, I think. That's why.
This 2-ton heavyweight can run 55 kilometers an hour. Best be careful, even if she does get winded easily. The dry season extends unbearably, inflicting its exhausting heat on the residents of Kaziranga. Beneath their thick armor, the rhinoceroses suffocate. To maintain their body temperature at a constant level, from now on, they'll spend 60% of their time in the water. However, the day will come when they'll do anything to flee this element.
How does rhino cubs survive in the intense floods, during the months of July and monsoon?
Well, they are, whatever highlands are there within the national park, they try to take shelters there. There are, few, mother and calf, they migrate to those hilly areas, south of this national park. So it's a tough time, but, this is a natural process. As long as the flood is from low to medium range, it's not impacting that much. It's only the high flood, that sometimes creates havoc. During high flood, we lose about 30 to 40 rhinos because of drowning.
On the cusp of June, the sky is adorned with clouds, announcing the imminent return of the monsoon season. The rains haven't yet reached this region, but the destiny of the people of Kaziranga has already reached its tipping point. Swollen by the heavy precipitation that beats down on the Himalayas where it has its source, the gigantic Brahmaputra River rises from its bed. In just a few hours, it has submerged kilometers of land. The torrents first penetrate the park from the west, the least elevated area of the reserve, then progressively move toward the center, before gaining traction on the more elevated zones to the east. Besieged by the deluge, the crumbling banks lose several tons of earth and sand. They'll be deposited in the park when the waters next recede, provoking a siltation that each year resculptures the contours and reliefs of the park. At the park's edge, on the other bank of the Brahmaputra, the Mishing tribe seriously deliberates the evacuation of their livestock. The speed and power of these floodwaters are unpredictable. Very quickly, water seeps everywhere, even into the forest that lines the foothills of the Karbi Anglong. It's time to move on. Soon the water will be so high that those who couldn't leave will find themselves trapped by the waters. For the moment, the high points are still dry, like these roads specially built by the Army. They'll offer animals a temporary refuge, which will serve as a migratory corridor for stragglers. Numerous mastodons will soon have to travel along these narrow paths and will at times yield passage to avoid conflicts. The roads are now almost entirely flooded. These men study the other mythic animal of the Kaziranga, the tiger. He too is vulnerable to the floods. It's estimated that there are only 3,200 tigers remaining on Earth. Since 2006, the park has been declared a reserve for this very discreet predator. Protecting him is Dr. Ferooz's mission.
Kaziranga grassland is one of the highest density of tiger in the world, and you have tall grassland here, and that's why it's very difficult to see tigers. A tiger can hide very easily, even in small patch of grasses. Even if you don't see a tiger sees us. animals have learned to live here for millions of years. It's not today the flood is coming, it's coming from millions of years.
When the flood comes here, it comes as a blessing because it controls the population. The ecosystem helps in managing a healthy population in this park.
A tragedy or a blessing, the floodwaters always end up by carrying away the weakest. It still hasn't rained, but the water nevertheless continues to rise. In only a few days, the floodwaters from the Brahmaputra have inundated a third of the park. What will happen when the rainy season settles over Kaziranga in earnest? These doe thought they were safe and dry. However, they found themselves trapped on this tiny forest island surrounded by water. Their future is dubious. The speed and progress of the waters also surprised a parade of elephants, impatient to reach the park's elevated areas. The mothers worry for the calves, weakened by this exhausting march. The floodwaters interfere with their journey towards the mountains. Decent swimmers, the rhinoceroses are in less of a hurry to abandon their marshes. The flood imposes other constraints on them. These solitary and extremely territorial animals are now forced to feed on limited space. Claiming territory with olfactory markings is now ludicrous, so these giants have developed behavior that is typical and startling. These latrines allow each individual to know who is on the territory and to make their own identity known.
And this is, as a whole, the rhino, they have a typical behavior. 4 or 5 rhinos come to one place and defecate. So we call it like a community, toilet. So 2 kind of things, could be done using this dung. One is the DNA, through which we will know male and females. It is possible also, to have a density estimation of the rhinos in a particular area. And second, we can do the parasitological investigation that will reflect, the kind of parasites available in the rhinos in the wild.
In the heart of the last flooded prairies, these rhinoceros must learn to tolerate one another. These latecomers will soon find themselves isolated. At the end of June, 3 weeks behind schedule, the rain is back. In a few hours, the water flirts with branches one would have thought inaccessible. The search for higher ground is now a question of survival. It's time to start the march towards the mountains. At the height of the torrential rains, the water level can climb to more than 2 meters in certain spots. In July, 3/4 of the region will be engulfed. Even though they are completely amphibious, others can't escape the inevitable. The water that infiltrates every pore of this land has condemned their dens. They must seek out new riverbanks to welcome them. Conditions are more and more difficult. It rains non-stop for 6 days. Faced with rising floodwaters, no creature will be spared. Latecomers and the weakest will perish. Every year, several hundred animals die by drowning. Since the beginning of the summer, the Kaziranga region has endured 3 waves of flooding. In July, more than half of the land is underwater. During a break in the weather, the people of the Mishing tribe have decided to join the exodus.
The water hasn't reached its highest level yet, but they can't eat the grass anymore. It's because of the sand that the river deposits in our fields when it overflows. One by one, our chickens, ducks, cows, and goats, they all die. When the level is too high, the livestock is in danger. You see, this cycle with the water, it makes our life impossible.
This Noah's Ark that travels up the Brahmaputra carries livestock to the foothills, regions the floodwaters haven't destroyed. The villagers also face another plague, the invasion of water hyacinths. These invasive plants, transported by the current, proliferate at lightning speed. They'll carpet the surface of the water sources and considerably reduce their oxygenation. A catastrophe for fishermen, but also for fish threatened with asphyxiation. Nothing stops the progress of the floods. In a few weeks, water has reached the most elevated zones of the park. This baby rhinoceros is in danger. In August, due to the increased intensity of the torrential rains, the situation grows worse. Mothers and babies have fled. Only a few obstinate older males continue to brave the deluge. The Kaziranga Plain has practically become an ocean. There have been a few breaks in the storms, but they have no effect on the water level. At this point, those who haven't yet fled have no choice but to quickly make their way to the only fallback area that's been spared, the devastating alliance of the Brahmaputra and the monsoon. The moment is critical. The baby rhinoceroses and elephants still lack endurance. Her exodus slowed by her gasping baby, an exhausted mother struggles to get a foothold on solid ground. To reach the escarpments of the Karbi Anglong, it is now necessary to cross rivers, lakes, and lagoons. tremendous efforts have won them a spot on an islet of fortune. Places on dry land are highly coveted. Other heavyweights have already taken refuge on this shore. Normally, this kind of proximity would be intolerable. So they carefully assess, get to know one another. The circumstances impose cohabitation. This situation won't last long. Lack of food will oblige these castaways to migrate toward the mountains. After 3 months of incessant rains, 2/3 of the Kaziranga Plains are completely submerged. There's not a growl, cry, or trumpet call to disturb the Batrachian concert and the late-night prowl of the rattlesnakes. They are the last hangers-on in this area. At dawn, in light of the flood's amplitude, the animals will continue their flight toward the mountains. But a new challenge awaits these exiles who press on towards the park's borders. To reach their new Eden, they'll have to cross the territory of humans. The rattlesnake has taken off in search of prey and less humid areas. During this period, houses are very coveted shelters, especially as the batrachians and small rodents they love to eat will also take refuge there. When homes become the site of shocking scenes of predation, teams of naturalists are ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble to recuperate the reptiles so they won't be killed. Because they resemble the cobra, rattlesnakes frighten the villagers. But they aren't the only ones. In this period when wild fauna and humans are in such close proximity, it's important to be on alert for intruders. This green rattlesnake, almost 2 meters long, knows how to make itself invisible among the plants. He'll be released in the forest, far from the village, because his bite, just like his venom, is extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, other animals huddle together in growing numbers near the habitations. They are all nervous at the idea of affronting this urbanized jungle they fear so much. It's the rutting season for the Barasingas. These marshland deer have strewn their horns with grass for the occasion, a way to impress rivals and to seduce the maximum number of females to expand their harem. Reproduction always takes place during the monsoon, so the sole offspring will be born during winter, just before the dry season. Hordes of elephants now press in along the National Highway 37. The main commercial road in the Assam region is the final test before reaching the Karbi Anglong Mountains. It's also the most deadly. Thousands of trucks and vehicles crisscross here. These road signs calling for vigilance aren't enough to prevent accidents. Hundreds of animals die each year on this ribbon of asphalt. During this season, humans and wild animals are forced into a discordant cohabitation. The tea plantations are damaged, and the farmers don't hesitate to take it out on the animals. The authorities have resorted to providing compensation to avoid conflict. There's no moment that's really ideal to launch the attack across these few meters of asphalt, where every effort can be wiped out. The more determined adults advance headfirst, taking care to flank the youngest to protect them. Many wait until night when there's less traffic before getting back on the trail. At the height of the rainy season, law enforcement mobilizes to ensure that the 5 lanes created to facilitate animal crossing are respected.
Respected villagers, there are flood warnings in the coming days. During this period, animals could look for shelter near your homes. Be very cautious and do not hesitate to call us so we can do what's necessary to save them.
The reptiles are the most vulnerable. With the passing days, it gets more crowded alongside Highway 37. The dark line on the bodies of these giants reveals the water level in the Kaziranga. These herds of females and their young will finally make it to dry land. But not everyone gets through this exodus unscathed. Hit by a vehicle, this lone young male will take longer to reach the protection of the mountains. The luxurious slopes of the Karbi Anglong offer a bit of grass. The elephants will supplement their diet with branches and bark ripped from trees. Until the waters recede, the animals that have left the park will remain 2 or 3 months in these gently sloping forests. They'll become acquainted with new neighbors that have settled here, like the reptiles, who don't have much competition and are sure to find enough to eat. Or like the many wild boar that migrated from the valley before them. They proliferate in the wooded undergrowth. Quenched by several weeks of rain, trees in the forest start to bear fruit. Soon, the elephants can enjoy them too. In the forest, those who live in the canopy have staked out branches to stay dry. Near the park's border, the floodwaters of the Brahmaputra push new victims to flee. Kaziranga has transformed into a freshwater ocean, a bird's paradise. Because during the wet season, the river carries great quantities of fish in its wake. The fishing zone of the pied kingfishers and the pelicans is now boundless. They inhabit the Beal ponds that represent a mere 5% of the park's surface during the dry season. At the end of September, the torrential rains that began in June have finally stopped. The Brahmaputra River recedes back into its bed. This flooding has a cost, but in return, what the river deposits will enrich this soil. Each year as the Brahmaputra recedes, it deposits precious fertile limon that nourishes the soil. The river is the source of destructive floods, but also the basis of the park's renaissance. At every level, the winter season that follows the monsoon is one of renewal, a blessed time when the prairies are reborn and also rebuilt. Tiny builders eagerly await this moment to attack the titanic refortification work on their mound. The violence of the rain and the claw marks of the tigers that delight in termites during the wet season have shaken up the colony. More than 1 million frenetic workers get down to business in the slim cathedrals of the leafcutter ant. They house a multitude of galleries, chimneys, and a royal chamber. In the rice fields, the villagers can enjoy this brief respite and harvest the rice. Then in October, it's again time to face the inevitable and perilous ribbon of asphalt. The warning cry works. The way is clear for the elephant calves and their mothers, impatient to return to the abundance of food in the reed beds of Kaziranga. Winter is a time of plenty and of regained freedom when everyone reclaims their favorite haunts. This season continues on without a hitch until January. But beginning in February, the lack of rain will once again upset the daily life of Kazaranga's inhabitants. A scorching sun beats down on the reserve. The extreme temperatures will quickly hover near 40 degrees. To the north and east of the park, water is running out. The large herbivores will have to start their march towards the southern marshlands. Inexorably, the swamps will shrink. The pastures will dry up. By late April, the smallest pond will become an object of desire. It's difficult to imagine that this savanna could have been submerged between 2.5 meters of water. Once again, the rhinoceroses are forced to huddle up or to go in search of new marshland south of the park. This buffalo that looks stone-faced in his mud puddle knows he might have to give up his place to this intruder. Neither of them wants company. Another challenge for the baby rhinoceros. In this high grass, he can quickly get lost. This one's wandered too far from his mother and has lost his way. Without her, a young rhinoceros has no chance for survival. It's out of the question for this mother to care for a little scatterbrain. Like with elephants, she can only care for one baby. This time it turned out okay. This year again, it's the strongest and most experienced that have successfully braved the drought's hardships and the monsoon's pitfalls. Soon, the elephants, the rhinoceroses, and the buffaloes will be confronted with floodwaters. Thus plays out the water cycle as orchestrated by the Brahmaputra. On the lands of Lord Brahma, where life rises from the deluge, the largest populations of one-horned rhinoceroses and tigers have found refuge. The Kaziranga Reserve is precious for sustaining endangered species. Unfortunately, its future and that of its inhabitants is compromised. A project to widen Highway 37 from 4 to 6 lanes is under consideration. The protected pathways for the animals crossing won't be sufficiently effective. Like most of the planet's great wetlands, this haven has become extremely vulnerable. Deltas, swamps, rivers, and large flooded plains are essential links between aquatic and terrestrial environments. These great wetlands play a vital environmental role for the planet. Whether in the water, at ground level, or high up in the canopy, exceptional wildlife and flora have found shelter here. And yet, living in these flooded environments is a constant challenge. The powerful water cycle reigns over these zones with a relentless hand. In Borneo, the Kinabatangan Sanctuary is no exception. The succession of monsoon and dry seasons inflict extreme conditions on its inhabitants. This lush green setting is a haven for unique species. This is the heart of the Kinabatangan Wildlife Sanctuary. This region, also called the Gift of Earth, is home to the last fragments of one of the oldest forests on our planet, born 130 million years ago. It lies northeast on the island of Borneo, in the state of Sabah, in eastern Malaysia. This reserve stretches out over close to 70,000 hectares, along the river that gave it its name, right up to the mangrove that borders the Sea of Sulu. If the name Kinabatangan snaps out like the bite of the crocodile that lurks on its banks, in this world where water rules, life prevails. Throughout the seasons, the powerful monsoons, the vigor of the equinox tides, and the strength of the river have shaped a large variety of habitats suitable for a unique and thriving wildlife. The toing and froing of the tides feed the mangrove, which shelters strange-looking primates. These proboscis monkeys are unique to the island of Borneo. Beyond these coastal swamps, the river is flanked by narrow riverine meadows. Here, a very rare population of pygmy elephants can find the tall grass they feast on before returning to their forest sanctuary. The ramifications of these still giants hide other endangered animals, such as the orangutan. Nowadays, though, deforestation threatens these fragile ecosystems. Intensive culture of palm tree oil is progressively destroying the last wild bastions in Borneo. Along the river, only 27,000 hectares of fragmented forest still resist this mad and destructive expansion. This is the month of October. The great monsoon season is at hand. A time when fierce predators move deep into the Kinabatangan. Marine crocodiles are at home in salt or fresh water alike. They will take advantage of the equinox tides that push the sea far out into the meanders of the river to move upstream. The largest living reptiles on Earth will head for their favorite mating lands. This predator can measure up to 7 meters long and weigh close to a ton. Opportunist, it can prey on all sorts of animals: crabs, tortoises, birds, monkeys, buffaloes. Its assault can be lethal. At the average speed of 3 to 5 kilometers per hour, the estuary crocodile is going to take advantage of the situation to expand its hunting territory. Above the delta, the forest is strewn with quaint and peaceful conformations where life abounds. These oxbows were former meanders of the Kinabatangan. They became detached from the river to form small lakes. All along these dormant waters, on a thick soil rich with organic nutrients, the trees thrive better. Here, they are larger and more impressive than those rooted on the riverbanks. Malatus muticus are particularly well suited to the variations in the water level. Soon, the water will swallow up their roots. Life has settled at every level of this vertical world. Before they have to deal with the whims of the sky, some animals dare a furtive foray out on the open land. An opportunity that water monitors and lizards on the lookout can't afford to miss. Much higher up in the canopy, some of the mammals have developed astonishing motor skills. They can glide, like this incredible flying squirrel. An efficient strategy that avoids having to set foot on ground that has disappeared underwater. Perched 30 meters high, the orangutan can also play the funambulist. Malaysians have nicknamed him Man of the Forest. Its proportionate hands, feet, and arms allow him to move freely during the fruit season. At the end of October, when fruit is scarce, he must do with young shoots or the lush foliage that his habitat has to offer. In November, torrential rains and winds from the northeast are the forebearers of the great monsoon. Very soon, the river waters will flood the whole sanctuary, engulfing the roots of the mangrove and trickling into every nook and cranny of this vast damp zone. Relentless rain showers will now upset everyone's habits in Kinabatangan until February. In one day, rainfall can reach up to 100 millimeters. Activity has considerably slowed down for the long-nosed monkey and the other species that live here. It only took a few days for the river and tributaries to overflow. Precipitations are 7 times higher than during the dry season. Sometimes an impromptu sunny spell disrupts the droning litany of the monsoon. The northeast winds that carry the humidity of the sea quiet down. This female crocodile has settled here in this quiet, isolated arm of the river when the rains began. She has buried close to 60 eggs in a nest that she dug out on the riverbank and then covered with leaves. She will remain on the lookout throughout the incubation period, ready to pounce on any intruders. Even underwater, the slightest suspicious vibration will trigger an immediate reaction. If all goes according to plan, the water level will be higher once the eggs are ready to hatch. The little crocodiles will only have a short distance to crawl to find refuge in the river. But choosing such a site could backfire on the brood. The water level is constantly rising. It could drown out the nest. After 2 months of intense precipitations, the water has become one with the earth, sea, and forests. Near the coasts, silt-laden water flows into the mangrove. These rich nutrients feed the microorganisms in the mudflats. Moving in perfect tempo, anableps, these strange walking four-eyed fish, and crabs have come to find food at low tide. A godsend for the white-breasted kingfisher. The tide will turn immediately. It's time for the fiddler crab to return to his home. Marine wildlife will now be able to participate in the feast. For hundreds of species, the mangrove is first and foremost a gigantic nursery. Here, the youngest animals can grow, sheltered from predators in clear water, protected by the tangle of roots. If life thrives at the foot of the mangrove trees, it is also abundant in the treetops. Proboscis monkeys have overtaken on the higher levels of the mangrove. They are one of the rare mammals to have adapted to this brackish environment. The Asian Cyranose nose can measure up to 21 centimeters, supposedly to attract the females and their graceful turned-up nose. His stomach allows him to digest food that other primates can't digest. Its intestinal system weighs a quarter of its body weight. Bacteria digests the cellulose and toxins found in mangrove tree leaves. These reckless acrobats won't hesitate to leap into nothingness to move from one tree to the other. In the end, the swells didn't destroy the precious brood. About 80 days later, the first babies are finally hatching. After intensive efforts to pierce through the shells, they will have to reach the river as fast as possible to hide from the birds and predators and find their first crustaceans to feed on. Surviving the first days after birth is a true prowess for young crocodiles. Less than 10% of the brood will make it to adulthood and become the most feared creatures of the Kinabatangan. At the beginning of February, once the river has reached its highest level, emerged land becomes rare. Some of the animals will be stuck on small islets, cut off from the rest of the world. Mark Ankranaz is patrolling the last walkable paths in the sanctuary. For 15 years now, the veterinarian has worked for the conservation of orangutans. Together with Dr. Isabel Lachman, he has set up a program for their conservation in collaboration with the residents of the region.
This is great. You often see this during heavy downpours like now. They build a roof just to protect themselves from the rain. And when it really rains heavily, here it can sometimes rain 2, 3, 4 days in a row. Orangutans stay in their nest throughout the downpour. As soon as it stops, they'll come out of their nest and go looking for food. This is a forest where all the high trees have been chopped down. It's been degraded and fragmented by the oil palm plantations. There are animals that live separated from each other on forest islands because of the agricultural development. The biggest problem we face in Kinabatangan is what we call habitat fragmentation. During the rainy season, when the water level rises, some orangutans are completely isolated on these inundated forest islets. They can't swim, which means that they are trapped on islets of only 2, 3, 4 trees. If the flood doesn't last too long, the orangutan can wait. But if it goes on anything from a week to 3 weeks, they have very little chance of survival because they won't find food. They're stuck up in their trees. Once in a while, some orangutans climb down to try and cross over. Some make it, but others drown. And don't forget, we also have crocodiles around. So that's a real danger. Oil palms are plants not adapted to floodplains. So to reduce flood damage as much as possible, draining systems have been created to evacuate the water. This means that all the excess water converges towards the main river, the Kinabatangan. Drains all through the forest can create impassable barriers for animals like orangutans. And a wide corridor with no trees to make a natural bridge is an obstacle for them, because they can no longer cross over. And if they can't cross over, they're cut off.
The fragmentation of the habitat and the lack of circulation corridors caused the death of many animals during the flooding season. The monsoon also helps regenerate the sanctuary. This is the period when the river and tributaries spread the sediments they carry throughout the forest. At the end of February, the trade winds that bring rain die down progressively to leave room for a short respite. It will last only a few weeks. All along the rivers that have quieted down, the open banks have given birth to new strips of riverine vegetation that form an organic path. During the month of March, when the flood recedes, the pygmy elephants from Borneo can finally make it to these new pastures. For them, this is a season of abundance. For a few weeks, they will be able to feast on the reeds and high grass they relish and gobble up over 150 kilos of vegetation per day. The smallest elephants on Earth measure at most 2.50 meters at the shoulder, whereas their African cousins can be 1 meter taller. These shy animals fear the bite of the sun, and they never stray away from the forest for long. In the absence of precipitations, the water level is receding. In just a few days, the flooded forests have been drained of water. This mom and her baby are stranded in the treetops. Trapped on the territory of humans by the water level, she couldn't find any branch to cross over the flooded paths that separated her from the forest. thin and exhausted, she must find fruit to build up her strength to save her baby. He will have to stay with his mother for about 10 years to finish his education. This indispensable apprenticeship will teach him how to distinguish between the 300 varieties of plants he can feed on. At the beginning of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of them. Nowadays, there are only 800 left. The orangutan population is probably living its last moments. Every hectare of this vegetal high-rise that climbs towards the light is home to several hundreds of plant species and a wealth of wildlife. When the water recedes, small invertebrates can leave the forest's intermediate levels. Little by little, they reappropriate the ground. Even on dry land, anything can happen. Here is the innocent responsible for throwing projectiles. At the start of this dry season, the orangutan no longer needs to travel hundreds of meters per day to feed. The trees are flush with ripe fruit. Unfortunately, this prosperous period will only last a short while for the largest arboreal mammal on Earth. Nearby, the cries of the Wallace oak eagle ring out. It's mating season. Their nest will soon host a unique egg, which makes these species very vulnerable. Not a rain shower nor a drop of rain in several days. Without mud to protect their skin from parasites, the elephants now have no other choice than to take dust baths. Deep in the forest, their watering spots are becoming scarce. These pachyderms will soon have to leave the shelter of the forest in search of the 100 liters of water they need daily. In April, the hot winds from the northeast dry out the last water holes. The oxbows are emptying out. Little by little, the animals will gather round the river. A situation that hasn't escaped this huge saurian. Oriental otters must stay on their guard. All the more so because a group of primates is also eyeing the cool riverbanks and looking for trouble. They are crab-eating macaques. These small and excitable monkeys proliferate in Borneo. These opportunists move in gangs of about 60 individuals who can take over any environment. Which is not really to the otter's liking. The macaques have learned to distrust them. Contrary to appearances, they have very powerful jaws and sharp teeth. Under no circumstances will they yield ground. They had a hard enough time digging their hole. The macaques are asked to scamper off. This tree trunk is the boundary. High above all this bickering, this older female is busy at a task she performs daily. She is meticulously preparing a comfortable nest for herself. The macaques, on their side, will enjoy the coolness of the river until nightfall. High up in the canopy, swinging in the soft breeze that caresses the treetops, this orangutan fears no enemy. Day by day, the drought is intensifying. Unusual phenomenon for this equatorial zone, it hasn't rained for 3 weeks. the water level is decreasing drastically. "300 elephants live here. Drinking and cooling off has become a priority for them. Rarely have they gathered together in such large numbers. Water rehydrates the pachyderms, but also helps them drown the parasites that infest their skin.
Wow, all of them are here. Look at that, they are so excited. After they are in the forest for 2 days, you can see how happy they are when they see the water. It's very, very dry lately. Look at that, Ita, Bibi. All the collared elephants are here. It's amazing.
Nurse Farina Othman is a PhD student at the British University of Cardiff. For 4 years, she has been studying elephant behavior at the Danau Gerang Center.
It's a bond group. I mean, several family units, they form a group into a bigger group that we call bond group. Water is very important for elephant. It's like a cooling system for them. It's to reduce heat. And from several studies, we found out that the way the female elephants strategize their movement is to make sure that they are near to the water resources. In dry season, they have to walk further because they need to find water resources. But during the wet season, they don't really have to walk far away because it will be flooded. But they can't really spend time in the water for a long time. In Kinabatangan, we have about 300 elephants, and that is a very small numbers. So we have to do as much as we can to protect them so that our next generation can still see them roaming in the wild. And in Sabah, we have increased the level of protection for the Bornean elephant. We put them in Schedule 1, which means that it cannot be killed.
These last 30 years, deforestation has progressively modified the region's climate and ecosystem. Long periods of drought have become more and more frequent. This is the nesting period for the oriental pied hornbill. This faithful couple will stay here for 3 months until the fledglings become autonomous. At the end of May, a smaller monsoon sweeps in from the southeast. Even if weaker than the main one, it will breathe new life into the forest. The water monitor has but one preoccupation: to finish digesting in peace. This large semi-aquatic lizard is not bothered by humidity. The long-nosed monkey on their side are not afraid to wet their semi-palmed feet to collect a few seeds in the mangrove. Although short-lived, the showering rains upstream are enough to bring the river back to full strength. To avoid being encircled by the flooded lands, the elephants must regularly cross the river. The elephant calf is not yet as experienced as his elders. He is only a few weeks old, and his relatively light weight is a drawback in the strong current. But he can count on the help of the females, who don't hesitate to assist him. Many elephant calves die every year, carried away by the currents of the Kinabatangan. Unaware of the scene below, a kite eagle is getting ready to strike. The bird of prey will hunt bats far into the night. At the beginning of July, with the relentless rains upstream, the river and the streams swell continuously. In the mangroves, the nice weather boosts the ardor of the dominant male. With their turned-up noses and slightly pinched expression, the females are clearly showing they are available. But it will be difficult for him to satisfy all the candidates in his harem. On this fragmented territory, the herd has wandered astray to the threshold of an oil palm plantation. Over the years, the space granted to wildlife has shrunk considerably. the oil palm plantations are inexorably expanding and making life more difficult for animals. For the government of Malaysia, this resource is the core of the country's economic growth. This sector, which feeds over 500,000 families, provides for 11% of the country's wealth. For the elephants, the damage is done. This situation is a true threat to the survival of the species. Nurse Farina Othman constantly follows the animals she has radio collared.
There are not much space available in the forest during the flooding season because most of the ground are covered with water. So the elephant, they have to go into the oil palm plantation that have more higher ground. So this can create human-elephant conflict, and this is not good for the elephants. So I think that they will behave differently. Like in the oil palm plantation, they will create a bigger group size. So this is for the protection. So the more individuals you have in the group, the more security you got. And then probably the daily activities, probably they will spend less time feeding but more time for vigilance because they don't feel safe. So it's very dangerous and risky for them. It's not very good, especially for the calf, for babies, for juveniles. And we don't know, sometimes in this water they could have lots of fertilizer from the tree. So for a long term, it could affect the heart, the internal organ of the elephants. It's not really affect immediately, but for a long term, if they spend too much time in the oil palm plantation, so they could die because of this poisoning.
Farmers are wary of the intrusion of mastodons that wreck everything in their wake. Anything is good to chase them away. An additional source of stress for the disoriented animals, forced to look for exits to reach the sanctum of wild zones. As for the orangutans, the genetic heritage of these isolated elephant populations is shrinking as fast as their environment. The farmers have to make do with the unexpected presence of the pachyderms. But for how long? The stray animals, in what used to be their kingdom, will only find their way back to the forest when the water level decreases. Season after season, this is how the water cycle is perpetuated in Kinabatangan. When the flood recedes, the river waters charged with nutrients will nourish again the mangroves that trim the Sea of Sulu. Thanks to the biological diversity and natural functions that they harbor, the Great Damp Zones are an exceptional natural asset. But these wild sanctuaries are fragile. Deforestation and the fragmentation of habitats have now become the main cause of wildlife extinction in the world. Deltas, marshland, rivers, and flooded wetlands offer refuge to a multitude of wild species. Recognized as vitally important, these great wetland areas play a critical ecological role for the planet. In the water, on land, or high in the canopy, an exceptional array of flora and fauna has taken refuge here. And yet, living in these wetland worlds is a constant challenge. The powerful water cycle reigns over these zones with a relentless hand. In Peru, within the secret of the Amazonian jungle, flora and fauna endure both a rainy season, when water invades everything, and a dry season, when it abruptly retreats. Here, the abundance of life in this vast flooded territory shows that they have developed incredible capacities. On the confines of the Amazon jungle hides a nearly unexplored world. A gigantic virgin forest suspended between water and sky. The Indians named this place the Jungle of Mirrors. We are in the heart of Pacaya Samiria, the largest wildlife reserve in Peru. Framed by the Ucayali and Marañón rivers, this wide wetland takes root at the gates of the Brazilian Amazon. Beneath this thick vegetal mantle, which stretches more than 2 million hectares, hide myriads of rivers, lagoons, lakes, and waterways, either constant or semi-permanent. They form a complex hydraulic network in the shape of a funnel. Every second, 30,000 cubic meters of water flows through it, giving life to the mightiest river in the world, the Amazon. Pacaya Samiria is the mainspring of the entire Amazonian basin. A veritable wildlife jewel box. The animals have spread out on every floor of this Ombrophilus forest. 330 species of birds, 69 types of reptiles, and 130 species of mammals live here. Among them, the two biggest apes in America, the woolly monkey and the Ateli monkey, also known as the spider monkey. This forest also houses emblematic species like the tamandua, a small arboreal anteater, and the peaceful capybara, the world's largest rodent. And still others, straight out of prehistoric times, have taken up residence here, like the caiman or the hoatzin. This bird, which came into existence more than 18 million years ago, is considered the oldest still living. Every one of these species has defied time and learned to overcome the devastating effects of the capricious floods that impact this land. Fueled by the streams that descend from the Andes and 5 months of abundant rains, the Amazon's reservoir is filled to the brim. It's the end of April, the very beginning of the dry season, which will continue until September. This year, the floodwaters reached a record level. They invaded 65,000 square kilometers of forest and gained higher grounds which are generally spared. If the waters don't recede soon, these trees will spend too long with their feet in water and rot. The floods complicate everyday life for many species, and most particularly for the sloth. This one has exhausted his tree's food reserves, so it's time to conquer another one. But he's too heavy to jump from branch to branch, and less agile than the woolly monkeys. To move from one tree to another, the sloth normally prefers a land route, but at the moment, the only alternative is to dive in. Not an easy decision to make, because flooding has allowed predators to desert the lakes and rivers and take possession of the forest. 3 species of caimans patrol between the tree trunks. Schools of piranhas have also extended their hunting grounds. But the uncontested master of this realm is the boa constrictor, the anaconda. 5 meters long, weighing 200 kilos, it can even take on caimans. Completely amphibious, he spends most of his time in the water, lying in wait. Lucky for this sloth, the world's largest snake can make do with only 1 meal a year. Yet navigating in these waters where the temperature is 25 degrees Celsius is no picnic. Every hectare of this engulfed jungle collects 154 tons of leaves a year. Beneath this thick carpet of vegetal material, predators know how to make themselves imperceptible. The sloth isn't used to so much exertion. His body temperature has plummeted. His meager diet means he can't store much energy, nor does it provide him with much autonomy. He's exhausted. To save energy, sloths normally sleep up to 14 hours a day, a schedule that ranks them among the biggest sleepers in the animal kingdom. For their part, spider monkeys have no reason to set foot on solid ground. Evolution has blessed them with outsized appendages that can stretch in a spectacular fashion to easily maneuver in the canopy. Their prehensile tail allows them to wrap around branches and remain firmly attached. To handle the threats of this territory in perpetual mutation, animals have learned to watch for changes in the water cycle. Caimans, anacondas, and piranhas will soon find themselves without a home in the forest. Water levels are receding. Early June, the new inclination of the sun has brought a slight drop in the temperature and a noticeable decline in rainfall. Giant otters are on the lookout. With the quickening retreat of the waters, their hidey hole is no longer protected from the caimans. The mirror jungle empties. It's no longer fed by the Andean streams that have drained at lightning speed. The arachnids and other invertebrates that had found refuge above ground can at last touch down on terra firma. Henceforth, the roles inverse. While the scorpions, scolopendras, and tarantulas explore their new domain, it's aquatic species that are now in danger. In high parts of the forest, fish that didn't reach the big rivers in time find themselves trapped. Dwindling ponds run dry. They are no longer linked to the rest of the Pacaya Cimeria's water network. Forest streams taper off. The river's branches that have run dry now offer no exit to the piranhas, condemned to die of asphyxia. Carrion birds wait patiently for the ebb to take its course before tucking in at a full-service feast. This is just an appetizer. Less vulnerable than fish, caimans can always walk from one water hole to the next before gaining the perpetual lakes and rivers. But nothing is ever simple here. Every year, every hectare of this submerged jungle collects more than 150 tons of leaves. The accumulation of leaves and branches blocks the retreats of the caimans to the wide tea-colored rivers, where the fish have concentrated en masse. And they aren't the only ones. The pink dolphins also come to the rendezvous. They know that this is the season of plenty. In these waters, loaded with decomposing vegetation, the dolphins will soon hunt for the 3 kilos of fish necessary to their survival. Their streamlined form is ideally suited for navigating the borders of these waterlogged forests. Long humerus bones give them extraordinarily agile fins, and independent cervical vertebrae allow them to move their heads in any direction. The otters also take advantage of these easy pickings brought by the backflow. they can once again sprawl the length of their 2 meters on the beaches and peacefully return to their favorite activity, sunbathing. The otters share this territory with the world's biggest rodent. The capybara is also perfectly adapted to the semi-aquatic life this habitat imposes. During the dry season, the passing time promises to bring enormous changes. Inexorably, the mirrored jungle dries up, losing its reflective sparkle and brilliance. Late July, Pacaya Cimeria's vast water reserves have emptied. Who could imagine that only a month ago, this forest was submerged under more than 10 meters of water? Of the dissipated streams, only heaps of rotting leaves and humus remain. Watermarks left on tree trunks are the sole indication of the extent of the flooding. In the damp undergrowth, a straggler strikes out in search of a new aquatic refuge. The anaconda is as comfortable on land as in water, but prefers the depth's discretion to this unstable world that towers above him. Because the forest is suffering. Humidity gnaws at the plants of the intermediary zone that spent too long underwater. These trees are more fragile than those implanted on higher ground, as they are less exposed to flooding. Neither are they as well adapted as trees accustomed to living near the banks. It's a risky period for the anaconda. The woolly monkeys know that venturing near these agonizing trees is perilous. But during the dry season, the shortage of fruits forces them to travel greater distances in search of young leaves or a few flowers. These agile funambulists have learned to be wary of their host environment. They are attentive to the forest's slightest rumble. The anaconda was able to get back to his element. His body moves with greater ease in the realm of tortoises, piranhas, and caimans. This is also where the arapaima lives, the world's largest freshwater fish. It can measure more than 3 meters long. It was to save this species that this wildlife reserve was created. But a victim of overfishing, today it is endangered. head of the Laboratory of Genetic and Molecular Biology for the Peruvian Amazon, Carmen Rosa Garcia Davila is a specialist on preserving the arapaima, which is called a paiche here. Aided by local fishermen, she frequently instigates awareness campaigns.
The paiche is a species that has evolved very little. It has a semi-pulmonary breathing system. It breathes air, just like we do. It's a symbolic species for the Amazon. As a predator, it helps maintain the balance of the ecosystem. It controls the proliferation of other fish. Without a predator like the paiche, there would be an abundance of prey, which would overwhelm this environment.
If this natural reserve is one of the rare, unspoiled ecosystems on the planet, its future is now in jeopardy. The region is threatened by strong demographic pressures. Settled on the outskirts of this wild paradise, humans covet its riches without taking into account the fragility and the importance of this territory, which nourishes our planet's largest green lung. Fishing quotas have become stricter, and only the ancient native Kokama Kokamia tribe has authorization to fish here. The paiche is the fruit of 5 million years of evolution, a symbol of the stunning multitude of species this inundated world shelters. The black caiman, Amazonia's largest predator, which appeared in its current form in the Jurassic period, is a veritable living fossil. The same can be said for the giant manta ray and the astonishing leaf turtle, species that were born 100 million years ago. All have perfectly adapted to this extreme environment. In the course of evolution, the mata-mata turtle has equipped itself with a very unique camouflage outfit. It renders the animal invisible among the leaves that line the floor of the mirrored jungle. Though these endemic species of the Amazonian basin have vanquished many, many challenges, they become terribly vulnerable.
The paiche exists since the end of the Tertiary era. With the uplift of the Andes, there was a reorganization of rivers. This is how the Amazon was born, as well as the various rivers where the paiche is still living. Pressure from fishing has provoked a significant drop in its population in Amazonia. For this reason, the International Treaty of Species added the paiche to the CITES Red List of Threatened Species.
More than 250 species live here, the largest diversity of freshwater fish in the world. Yet every year, at the end of summer, the acceleration of the receding waters wreaks havoc. In August, at the height of the dry season, when the streams and small lakes have disappeared, carrion birds flock to the heart of the forest. Vultures can at last take a seat in the front row of these muddy puddles, where they no longer need to fear the caimans. To enjoy this banquet, they must simply watch out for the voracity and bites from their fellow diners. End of August. After 4 months with no rain, the forest suffocates. Feeding is now easy in these waterways where the fish have taken refuge. But the giant otters are worried. The receding water reveals the entrance to their dens. Their family is vulnerable. But nothing escapes the giant otter. Thanks to the position of its nostrils, eyes, and ears on the same plane, this amphibious creature easily adapts to the variations of its environment. The beaches that have reformed welcome stunning butterfly ballets. They've come to take advantage of the surge in mineral salts. By sipping the muddy water, then filtering it before it's evacuated through the anus, they collect in their hindgut the amount of salt they need. Unfortunately, the warmth of the bank attracts more than just butterflies. The warning cries work. The caiman normally counts on the element of surprise. Not this time. In this great wetland, wild fauna must constantly adapt to an unstable environment, where from one season to another, everything can turn upside down. Water levels along the banks and the depths of lakes and streams can range from 10 meters to a few centimeters. The width of the rivers can vary radically from 150 to 50 meters. While trees in the intermediary zones are extremely sensitive to these changes, those that live near the banks have developed effective adaptive strategies. With its airborne stilt-like roots, the Pona palm can fearlessly take on the capricious ebbs and flows of the shore. The Indians have named it the walking palm because its long ramifications enable it to walk, so to speak. In case of a hard blow, like another tree falling and knocking it over, its long roots means it can right itself further along. This year, the floodwaters didn't spare the big trees along the banks. Water has weakened their roots. When they fall, the most damaged take other chlorophyll giants down with them. It's in this chaos that the forest regenerates. Beneath this screen of greenery, where only 2% of the sun's light hits the ground, sickened trees thus make room for the light that is indispensable to the development of new growth. Decomposing material will nourish and strengthen young shoots. In this jungle, life and death are intimately linked. Nothing is lost. Everything is recycled. It's not only seeds and young shoots that benefit from the massacre. It's also a windfall for the leafcutter ant. In just 48 hours, they can strip a fallen tree, cutting it and transporting it in pieces inversely proportional to their size. This harvest of vegetation serves as an organic booster for the mushrooms they cultivate and feed on. This frenetic behavior is a sign. The dry season is at its apex. If time seems suspended over the mirror jungle, nothing lasts forever. The rains will soon return. Late September, the earth and the sky will unite once more and give birth to the deluge. The heavy rain season, which lasts until the month of April, corresponds to the sun's zenith. The animals have learned to be wary of these violent downpours. And the sirens of the Amazon are not exempted. Their sonar means they can navigate in these muddy rivers. They can also find themselves trapped by the tons of debris carried by the flooding rivers. Every year, an average of more than 3 meters of water pour down on the region. This time around, the unprecedented flooding has surprised even the Kokama Kokamiyas, the Indians who've lived for generations on the border of the park. In this wetland world, the tamandu manages just fine under the extreme conditions he finds himself in. Unlike his cousin the giant anteater who lives on the ground, this little one has become arboreal. His claws and powerful tail allow him to roam effortlessly in the trees. He'll take advantage of nightfall to hunt the thousands of insects that spring to life then. Nourished by 3 months of driving rain, the lakes fill up and the lagoons reunite. In December, the downpours intensify. The main tributary of the Amazon, the Ucayali River, has traveled 2,670 kilometers from the Andes to join forces with the Marañón, the other main hydrological source of the mighty river. Their discharge will mingle with that of the Pacaya and Samiria rivers. In January, this vast wetland regains its excessive nature. More than 6 million hectares are again flooded. Turtles and anaconda rediscover the full extent of their underwater kingdom. They no longer have trouble moving freely from lake to river or stream because they are now all one and the same. The rays, piranhas, and turtles are again scattered in this gigantic watery labyrinth, where the anaconda knows how to keep a low profile. When he spots a prey, only part of his head remains above the surface. His eyes and nostrils, positioned on the top of his head, allow him to breathe and keep watch, while his sizable body remains hidden underneath the water. Fish have again taken refuge in the inextricable trellis formed by the roots of the walking palm, where dolphins can't reach them. In these rivers and lakes, transformed into a freshwater ocean, conditions have changed for the cetaceans. The pink dolphins and the gray dolphins have had to federate in an effort to more effectively herd the scattered fish. In these reservoirs bursting from their banks, the absence of a current encourages the proliferation of water hyacinth. This boat, that heads deep into a maze of canals, takes Handy Vickery to his terrain of study. This biologist participates in the National Inventory of Aquatic Species in this sector, placed under protection by Peruvian authorities.
Hi, I'm Andy Visser, a biologist.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Good afternoon.
Do you often come to this area to fish?
Yes, it's a perfect spot for fishing.
Could you help me with my study?
No problem. I'd like to know a bit more about what's going on here, about the fishing and the environment.
– 23 centimeters and 180 grams.
What are these measurements for?
We're trying to get some statistics about fishing, the amount which is consumed by each family of fishers. We also want to get an inventory of the local wild fauna so we can estimate the populations of fish, birds, reptiles, and mammals, like monkeys, for example.
Okay, fine.
It's work that should benefit everybody, and especially people who live on this reserve. Do you fish for a lot of piranhas here?
No, hardly at all.
Okay, thanks for your help. Goodbye.
Okay, bye, thanks.
Awareness campaigns put in place by the government are starting to bear fruit. Poaching has significantly dropped, and those who live in the reserve are becoming conscious of the value of their environment. Since the month of October, the sky hasn't stopped raining down on the region. In April, the mirror jungle has rediscovered its brilliance. Smooth, immense, and unfathomable. Near the end of the rainy season, the navigable territory for amphibious and aquatic animals is almost limitless. Just like the dolphins, the otters are on a diet. They too must form alliances in an attempt to catch the fish that weave between the tree trunks. In this forest that hovers over copper-hued waters, everyone is settled back into their place. Quenched by 6 months of intense rains, the forest offers its flowers and buds to myriad insects come out of hiding. In the intermediary branches, the tamandu, exhausted by his evening stroll, is heading to bed. Higher still in the canopy, primates, toucans, and parrots will enjoy this season when the fruit is abundant. it's time for the singular monk fruit to make an appearance. Highly appreciated for the delicacy of its flesh, it has practically disappeared from this part of Amazonia. The discreet brown capuchins have colonized a branch of a giant laden with gifts. They'll enjoy these Brazil nuts for several weeks. Extremely agile and clever, they completely master the art of shelling them. The temperature will soon hit 35 degrees, with a humidity level nearing 90%. Not enough to discourage the thick-furred woolly monkeys, impatient to partake of these fruits they've done without for several months. These aerial artists can reach the most inaccessible places, their tail wrapped firmly around branches. Monkeys play an important role in the renewal of the primary tropical forest. The trees take advantage of the mobility of the primates, which disseminate seeds contained in their excrement. And they aren't the only gardeners in this forest. Certain fish can also disperse grains up to 5 kilometers away. The mirrored jungle is a precious and complex ecosystem where each element, each creature, even the tiniest, are intimately linked. Like the sloth. When he slips into the water and moves to a new tree, he collects surprising benefits. Microalgae stick to his rough fur where they grow and give it this green tint. When he licks himself to clean his fur, he eats the algae rich in carbohydrates and fats. These nutrients naturally supplement his low-energy diet. In this universe of water and chlorophyll, many unexpected interactions take place. The mirror jungle is a precious and complex ecosystem in which the water cycle plays an essential role. When it inverses in the month of May, the water carries great quantities of limin, beneficial to the growth of the flora. Stirred by the current, clay and humus in suspension will deposit on the forest floor of the temporarily flooded Pacaya Samiria, and further downstream as well. Carried 200 kilometers from here, these nutrient-rich currents will feed the Amazon. In turn, the powerful flooding river will distribute them, and fertilize the largest primary forest in the world. Nowhere else is the diversity of flora as rich. 1 square kilometer can contain up to 90,000 tons of living plant matter. The Buckaya cimmeria doesn't only play a vital role in the balance of the Amazon basin. Of all natural environments, tropical jungles are among those which absorb the most carbon dioxide. What happens in the fragile mirrored jungle will thus impact the entire planet.